Hello. Hello, hello. How is everyone? Hello, Gooba. Hello, Silenced One. Hello, Toby. How are you all doing? I hope your days have started off well. I am tired, but I am doing well. It is... what are we on? Wednesday. 2 more days until Wilds. You're doing good, you'll be in and out. Going to try and get some work done. Good luck with your work. It shall go well, for sure. Hey, Ian. Morning, morn. Well, yeah. Afternoon for me. But I can still say morning to people. Besides, if people have not long gotten up, then why not be a morning? People need to wake up, after all. In the time. And how did your stream go, Goober? I seen the alert, but I was asleep, so... How am I? I am well. I'm tired, the usual. But I am good. I'm doing good. Also, what on earth was that game you were playing yesterday? I read, like, psychological horror, and then I'm like, okay. I suppose in this day and age, yeah, it is a state. Yeah, because I've seen the name and I was like, mouth washing? But I joined fairly late. I got towards like the end. Amazing game, Hurt Your Soul. I feel like it's weird. Watching those style of games doesn't do anything to me. I'm just like, oh, it's a game. And I was seeing people's reactions and I'm like, but again, I joined at the end, so I think I was missing like a massive part of what had happened. Resistance. A horror version of Dream Daddy called Nightmare Father. That sounds like it could be rough. Let me go! That is true, because I was lurking. You did go... You were just getting on with it. Like, where did I join? I'm trying to remember through a tired brain. It was definitely towards the end. So, it's like coming into a film and they reach the climax. I'm like, oh, okay. Like everything was falling into place for you, like brain wise, and I was like, was it the one where you were making the guy talk? Yeah. Ironically, I was clipping that as Cass did the same, so I was like, fair enough, it has been clipped. I have a backup as well, so some comedic effect to deal with what you went through. Oh, that's all I need. But yeah, I'm sure it was a very like what even, so that's fair. I like resting my cable on sort of this button that just ever so slightly pokes out, so it's enough to hold it, but then the button is very near the stream button, which means it's near the stop button as well, and I kind of don't want to rest it there. Still, Monster Hunter. 2 days. I haven't taken the day off, but expect a long stream. I already seen that Valky was going for about 10 hours at least. And that's from, well, 10 in the evening her time, which from now would be 6 hours from now, but that's on Friday. Why I'm saying this, I do know. Just good to know. What's a day off? Exactly. It's supposedly something people use to either rest or do stuff. I don't know. My first day off will be in May. So, still a few more months yet. Maybe. Keep those away from me. I don't mind having some time off, especially as I can do something now. I'd appreciate it, but exactly, like, I remember when I had about 2 weeks off, and I was like, yay for the first few days, because lions, hip hip, but you must go burn this chicken. Aye aye, Ronan. I assume an already dead chicken, but enjoy, I guess. Well, it could be a game chicken as well. Chickens, they be crazy. Blackened jerk chicken. Scrumptious. Good for the stomach, they say. Chimkin! Indeed. Can't go wrong with some chimkin. But, jerk chicken is really good. I'm spiteful Ronan today at work, so they will get divine punishment. Just don't underestimate them. It is a pain to make. Isn't, like, a lot of tasty foods usually got some form of pain? It's never easy. Unless it's enchiladas. That's different. I love enchiladas. And that's easy as pie to make. Make great sacrifices for voodoo rituals. For voodoo? Oh, yeah, I know why. Yeah. Eight steps and 15 ingredients. That's a lot of ingredients. I guess it's gotta be like, put this and put that, mix this and do that, but first, have this and that ready. Blah blah blah. It has been a rainy day. In other news, there we go. Oh, yeah, we seem to be having the wacky weather of it can't decide what it wants to be, which probably means it's changing soon. The God Emperor. I still like where it's like, it sounds like a Chaos Marine, kind of, but they're like, milk for the cornflakes. Because of the corn berserkers. I like how the God Emperor gets mentioned and I just easily think of 40k. There's not another God Emperor, is there? Also, why does it need that such of an elaborate title? God Emperor. Screw the Emperor. I mean, he is, what, stuck in a chair. In the embrace of the great Nurgle, I am no longer afraid. For with his pestilent flavour, I have become that which I once feared. Death. Oh no. Pestilential. There we go. Nurgle. That'd be all good and well, but I do not want to look like half the things that come out from Nurgle. If I didn't have to look so bad, then fine. He is the gross guy. Yes. You are correct, Goober. He's not a very pleasant one. Nurgle? If he knew nothing, yeah. Could be cute. Although it rhymes with like gurgle and gargle. Generally those aren't nice things. Actually, I don't know what gurgle would be, but gargle. Gargle? It is gargle. I think it is. The big bloated green monster. With ooze, pus, and Lord knows what else. He's a real handful. I remember when they first introduced the Necrons as well. And then it's like, oh, you can have the Deathbringer or the Night Lord. I think it was the Night Lord. Night Lord was utter crap. Most of his underlings are blissfully happy and simply unaware of what they are. I suppose that's a way to go. At least they're happy, I guess. Considering how that universe is. Because what was it? The Night Lord was... Oh god, it's been so long. It's been a very long time. Too long. Kinda reminds me of is it the Flayed or Frayed? I think it's the Flayed ones. Where they're like decaying skin on like a metal carcass, pretty much. For the Necrons. They do be weird. I was trying to have like such an easy week, so to speak, and yet Monday ended up being one of the tiredest days I've had in a while. Sod's law. Yesterday was okay, but today I'm just like, oh. Yes, you like orcs. Orcs are my favourite too. I love all their units. The flash kits always make me laugh. And the Gretcheners are always like... They remind me of Gollum, kind of. But more of a coward. That is true. What baffled me is like, orcs are spores, aren't they? Or like grown from spores. Something like that. I heard something to do with that. And I was like, what? But orcs are bonkers. Like they truly believe they want something to work a particular way, and it does, like you said. A pet squig? That's a big pet. It made me sad how kind of useless the Squiggoth was in like Dawn of War. But there was a mod for like which added a load of stuff, and like a Giga Squiggoth was added, and it was ginormous, absolutely huge. Must have been like 4 or 5 times the size of the Squiggoth that's usually in the game. It just about managed to go through the level. But it was good. Ah, so that's what the spore thing was. Okay. When they die. wish Space Marine 2 had orcs to fight. They kind of just did the... I know it had been a number of years since the first game, but they effectively just did the first game's story again. Kinda. Very similar. Still a good game though. I like the orc in Dawn of War 2 though, the one who's a pirate, who seems to have a fascination with pirate hats. Welcome back, Ronin. How went the chickens? Ilya the Kitsune, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Hope the day's treating you well. We need a whole 40 game just for the orcs. Yes, I wouldn't mind that. It'd be a nicer perspective of the orcs, and it would have to kind of match how they are, of just the random bonkersness they could do, because obviously usually when they make anything with the 40k it's quite serious, kind of, or like, you know, dark and gritty and all this stuff. I feel like with the orcs it should just be some crazy fun roller coaster madness fever dream thing. That would fit the orcs a lot. Exactly, yeah. Incapable of being serious. That's probably why I like the orcs. One of those hobbies you were too poor for. If you were to like go with the painting side of it, it was quite a bit different back then as well. Like, they were proper metal and that. Now they've kind of backtracked a bit with them, but a lot more's popped out for it lately, which is nice. Games Workshop isn't afraid to like hand out their license, but they are like, oh, make sure it has these few things at least. It could pop heads technically. Yeah, that is true. I remember there was... tries to remember. Oh, because their naming sense is very simple. It was like a psyker. I just can't remember. It wasn't a mad boy, was it? I forget what they bloody named it. It's been so long. But he believed that he had all of this crazy ass power, and then yeah, he did. He was like, I want this to happen, blah, and it happened. The more bonkers he got, the more it just happened. Because they believe that's a good idea. Why did they even have windows in the first place? It's a space vessel. It doesn't need windows, technically. The orcs are very dumb. And their stuff is powered by dreams and memes. That's about right, Cooper. Yes. Absolutely, for orcs. They're just bonkers. But yeah, if you were to have the hobby where it's like collecting the... I'll just call them figures, but collecting them, painting them, collecting the books as well, because those are expensive, even the audiobooks as well. It's an expensive hobby, it can be, but at the very least, video games, so there's plenty of those, and they're can be cheaper. So. The engines are just pictures of engines cut out of their favourite magazines, and they're still the best engines ever. The orcs. What is with the orcs? I know orcs think red makes you go faster. They do. They do. They're like, oh, if we paint it red, it goes faster. I never got into the models. Thank God. I did read some of the books though. Like, not the expensive books where, you know, it's like, this is the law now kind of thing. Not those. But the books where it's like people actually, you know, writing stories. Like Dan Abnett and all that, those bunch. Good books, by the way. One day you'll get into army building, but I have a living to do first. It is good to have further goals, for sure. Eisenhorn! Ayy! What was the one I had? It probably might have been... I'd have to find it. I know I had one of them. Because the general bunch people go to is all usually like Horus Heresy and all that. Yeah, exactly. Horus Heresy. If a few buddies who are deep in Warhammer roll. I don't want to ask how much they spent. All the jokes. You can never go wrong, Goober. We're talking about 40k. No, just imagining Dark Eldar. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Dark Eldar. They got done over in Dawn of War. I know they kind of either ran out of time or rushed that expansion of Soulstorm, but they seemed like they'd be so cool. 4K is like one of the cases in one of my buddy's model room. There are many, many cases and a closet full of unpainted models. Blimey. They were... Their lore is cool, but yeah, in that game, they rushed that expansion, I think. Because they ran out of time or something. No! Redeem away, Goober. Do not mind. When is it going to be Warhammer 42k? Somehow it doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well as 40k. Tell me I'm the strongest orc. What a redeem. Iron. You are the strongest of the strongest. The absolute mega strongest orc to exist. Everyone knows you could not be. There is no other orc around that is stronger than you. And because of how so buff you can be, at least on your upper body, they like cower in fear. They're like, holy cow, we can't deal with this guy. He's too strong. Iron the Orc. Actually, that's a point. If you had a name, because orcs like to have a good name, what would your orc name be? Quietly hyping you up. Ultimate power! It is the 42nd. Okay. Now you want to play 40k games when you get home? Well, there's plenty of them. An orc accent. An orc accent, to be fair, is very, like... I wouldn't be good at it. What is it? It's like kinda chavvy. It's something like, "This orc's the baddest, the biggest, the meanest there is." Even then, that's still too enunciated. Yeah. Orc ASMR. Boss, we's getting shot up. We're not going this way, are we? No, please. No more kicking. I just remember the Gretcheners a lot. You think the previous power armor was more intimidating than the Primaris armor? It would make sense. Bad TV British with more yelling. True. I'll mix them in. Foot in ass, make you die. Deary me. What is that? Right. With iron being the strongest orc. Ice globes. Aye aye. I always get the wrong program. There it is. inside of so much globe is it gets full of bubbles inside, and then it's like a very strong struggle to get them to make the same sound. But yes, those were the ice globes. How the good boys of the cursed chapter. To be fair, my knowledge with 40k does not extend too far. Not to mention it's been a very long time, so that hasn't helped. Alex Pro, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Hope you're doing well. Hope the day's been treating you good. You extend pretty far? Hum? Haven't had a good time. There's always a chapter somewhere that is not having a good time. Makeup brush. Aye aye. This is definitely going to make someone want to play 40k. They have done a lot of different types of games after all. The Tyranids. Oh yeah. Like, as soon as they see you, they want to like all gather round and give you a nice big old hug. And some quick jabs. Exactly. I'd say the Space Marines aren't boring, it's just they do get used a lot, for obvious reasons. It's nice when we see like other people's perspective that isn't just a Space Marine. So some brushies. Assimilation, my greatest desire. I think if I'd be asked if I wanted to be in the 40k universe, no, I would not, because a normal human being does not sound fun. Also, how many planets do we actually have in that universe? It seems like we have an absolute metric ton. Fuji! Hello! Welcome in. It is good to see you. That's ironic. Tea gets poured as soon as you arrived. You have good timing. You're still dead? I can imagine. How are you doing after stream? Like, because you went a bit longer, didn't you? Hey Red. You're here for tea. Sounds good. Yeah, iron is apparently the strongest orc to mingle. I see. Nerd heavy. On Warhammer 40k, although I haven't dabbled in it in like a long time. It's been a long time. So my knowledge is like limited. Apparently. I wish it would work that way for us. I think, so therefore it is. Be orc equals good time. Exactly. Can't go wrong with an orc. Makes a living painting the figurines. Yep. Someone who's very good at painting them can, yeah, make some nice money off of it. My knowledge just mainly comes from like the games, pretty much, and some of the books that I've read. Otherwise, that's about it. And yeah, that was like a long time ago. Oh, the thing with orcs, Fuji, is apparently if they think they're bonkers. If they think something and believe in it, it must be true, so it works for them. That's how they work. So they believe if things are red and stuff, that clearly it must go faster because it's red. That's how orcs work with their logic. I did have a friend who was very into 40k. I think he painted a little bit, but no, he knew a lot of the lore and stuff. I used to listen to him a lot when he would talk about them. He was a good storyteller. You paint yourself purple. But yeah, orcs are very stupid, believe their own belief, and talk like British chavs, basically, with a grovelly voice for the bigger ones. Yes, of course they explode. Look, they're exploding right now. There you go, that's all you're getting. But yeah, purple things explode. Absolutely. Exactly. That was weird actually, because the motion of moving my head up and down is usually what makes everything else move. But I didn't really move my head. I was instead to it's my own chest. It still made me move. Oh well. I did it with my orc brain. Madness. Such belief. Such strong belief. Orcs do be mad though. Anyway. It has been a day. Hey Lyra, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. It is obviously a calming Wednesday, because I am knackered. Understood, Fuji. Understood. Kinda helps me as well, because I don't doze off, but it does help me relax. You need a tail. Oh, yeah. Grab whichever you like. That do be what they here for. Just gonna have a bunch of people on me, dozing off. For once. Keyword there, keyword. But it seems like this week is like a lot is happening, kind of, this week. Or like it's just more draining. The check-ins. Yeah. Noted. Toe. It's quite funny because obviously everyone has like the singular tail, and mine's the only one with a double. I'm like, oh, I'm ahead. Well, hopefully people will get the time to relax and chill today. And if people at least feel like chilled, then I'm happy with that. If people doze off, then holy wow. Half the time, when I think of someone that does like, ear rubs, I end up just thinking like they're stroking your head. Or sporadically zoom around like an ad kid off the Adderall. I mean, they can zoom around. ADD. Ah yes, the small globes. Technically. Okay. You got more thighs. Goodness. Small globes, they be. Very small. Sand castles. They are glorious. You can never go wrong with a sandcastle. Anytime, Lyra. And yeah, I lowered the thighs back down because 15 felt weird. But I've been trying to like conserve my energy for Friday Um, and that obviously did not plan out at all. We ended up being a member down due to stress. So we were down one on the second day, I think. Yeah. And then for some reason we're doing things that we don't usually do. So more things are happening. And because we technically don't have like a well-being officer, basically someone you can go to if you need like just someone to talk to, if you can't go to your manager. We haven't had one of those in a long time, but yeah, they've switched to having like one among your team sort of thing. And it was like, does anyone want to be one? And I was like, I kinda do, because I don't mind listening to people, and I'm not an official counsellor or anything, so I technically don't have to give advice in that way. If there's one thing I've always been good at, it is listening. But that would include probably my managers as well, because they are part of the team. I don't know if I can be asked to listen to my managers. The rest of my team? Yes. Sorry, my colleagues. But my managers, not so much. But I must be impartial. So I might just say, yeah, I'll do it. I'll give it a go. As long as they don't tell me to do some stupid nonsense. There's many things I could go over with them, but I refrain because it's just going to fall on deaf ears. Or no, I need to structure it better. I'll figure something. Wait, it's been an hour already? How? How does the first hour always like whiz by? Didn't even do anything. That's a noisy gun. Oh, that said, literally down the road from where I work, they've ended up opening a Greg's, a Starbucks, a Spa, as in like the convenience store, and something else. I can't remember what the other one was. But basically we have like a mini mart, and then, yeah. Like, I look forward to when Greg's open, just because a freshly made hot sausage roll that you can get in the early hours of the morning because of the time I'd start. Oh yes please. Fresh things are always nice. Although with Starbucks, the most I would order from them isn't even a coffee. I'd have like a hot chocolate. A hot chocolate with a lot of cream? I think it's cream. Like the whipped whatever stuff. And it's nice to eat. I like it. But I haven't been there in ages. Because I don't really... I have yet to try coffee. We'll go with that. That's probably better to say. Tea, yes. Coffee, I've not tried properly. I'd need someone to be like, here is an absolute coffee that is wonderful, try it. And also, so many people seem to like drink coffee. Like holy moly. So many. Like, they need it to start themselves in the morning. It's like the brain doesn't turn on until coffee. That didn't seem right. But, and yes, it was like Crystal yesterday, which I do enjoy. I get that the actual gameplay segments are kind of so-so, but the story and the voice acting in that is like, yes, glorious, I've got into this. Because that was my mindset when I would play that game as well. Was I would look forward to getting to the next scene. I remember the good old days, you know, where you would look forward to getting a CGI like animation cutscene. Those were the days. It was like you're playing the game normally, obviously a wonderful pile of pixels, and then you get to the CG and you're like, oh, epic times. I had fun. Usually that was with Final Fantasy though, because obviously the CGI things back then were crazy. I miss that game. Games can't really do that anymore because they look as good as those cutscenes. They can't do. Perma stuck in 2010. I don't know if I'd want to be stuck in one of the past years. Because I've gotten so used to how things look now. Like, you go back to then, you'd be like, oh, this is nostalgic. Everything is consistently getting worse. A lot of it can be, yeah. I think it's just because gaming entered a mainstream thing, and when things hit mainstream, you're obviously going to get a lot more of it. So there's just a lot more. It's just harder to find the good stuff, that's all. It's there, you just gotta find it. Cartoon Network and WWE. Fair enough. I watched Cartoon Network before it changed. It was a nice channel. Plenty of Dexter's Laboratory on it. Squeeze it for money at the cost of quality. Yeah, and optimization and God knows what else. I know. Also, amusing deadweight Dante. The combo of Nero, but also Dante. Oh, thank you for the follow. Deadweight Dante. Thank you kindly. But it is very easy. I know. to look at everything and go, it's all getting worse. But if there's always that mindset, just nothing's gonna be great. The thing is, I stopped watching films and such donkeys years ago. I tend to just watch the odd film here and there. Koino Katachi was like the last one I watched a lot. But, oh sorry, A Silent Voice. Because, I don't know, I like that film. Adult Swim was where it's at. That is true. I didn't watch too much on there. I remember when you had like Fox Kids, was it? They used to show anime as well. I know Metabots was on there, the original series, which was, when you look at it, it's like, how did they get away with some of this stuff? Super Jail. I definitely did not catch a lot of Adult Swim. It was difficult for me to acquire the TV. Very difficult. Shows were a lot more, definitely a lot more crazy in the past though. Now everything's like, well, I haven't watched modern day TV in a long time, so I can't say. The last show I would have watched would have been... Ooh... Boston Legal? And that was just somewhat amusing. I think I watched the first few seasons of that, but that was ages ago. Everything's ages ago. Yeah. Got to be careful. Because God forbid you speak your mind, although we know they do. Like, you know, the minority that seem to have a loud voice. I think people just let, like, oh, they mean, there's no harm by it, like, why should we get annoyed? And then that mentality stayed for a while. And then it kind of did get out of hand in a way. Meh. It's all good. That is why we all come to chill in different places. We find and we look for the good people. The ones that we know to bother with and actually put effort in. The tea pouring gets me every time. True. That is true. But I still look forward to things, because life would be utterly horrendous if I didn't. So I'm not fussed with GTA actually. Like, a lot of people enjoyed 3. I enjoyed Vice City. It was good fun. San Andreas was good fun as well, because I liked the fact that you could do things back then that actually affected your physique and stuff. That was cool. Having stats and all that. Yeah. 4 was the odd one because it was interesting. But I'm pretty sure 4 was the mixed bag one. That was where Saints Row 2 came out and kind of beat GTA at its own game because it had some of the city elements in it, whereas 4 went more serious. But I know a lot of people actually did enjoy 4. It was okay. I did not enjoy my cousin asking me to go bowling every 5 minutes. Cousin, let's go bowling. It's like, no, leave me alone. You're on a date with your girlfriend. Cousin, let's go bowling. I don't want to go bowling. Ah, okay. Fair enough then. I bet that worked wonders then. But, he made that joke so... Oh god. Cousin! You just hear the word and you're like, stop it! But I think 4 is kind of where I stopped, because I was like... I enjoyed what I played up to that point. I have played 5, but making fun of them. It is always good times with a friend when you can take the mick out of each other. So they say. I'm very bad at that. Yeah. But, yeah. It's gonna be that time. We'll have GTA 6. We'll have Elder Scrolls 6. Or is it? Yeah. At some point. What else? What else is reaching 6? I guess I would say Devil May Cry, but I don't think they're going to make another one. Plus the guy that did the main combat for the series, the entire series, has left the company, so it wouldn't quite be the same. The cyberpunk treatment. Maybe. A lot of people did enjoy 5 though. Panzer equals tank magically appears. I hope you aren't playing World of Tanks. I mean, it's fine if you are. But that sounds like World of Tanks. Where did you come from? Surprise! Yeah, I thought that. Like, I got very used to how Nero was in 4. With his big ass nose. Then again, everyone in 4 had a big ass nose. It was just, I think, the start of when they were using the engine. And 3 obviously was peak because, well, yeah, it just took the culmination of the previous 2, realised it shouldn't have done what it did with 2, and was like, okay, let's dive into what it should have been. Plus, Virgil was in it, you can't go wrong. But I did enjoy 4 a lot. 4 reminded me like when Legend of Zelda Wind Waker first showed itself, and everyone was not liking the tune style at all. And then they played it and they were like, no, it's good, it's really good. That's what 4 reminded me of how many were like, oh, who's this emo kid, blah blah blah, and I was like, I really enjoyed it. Nero was great. I loved him. He was right up my alley. Like, he was great. What did I play Vice City on? PS2. Good old PS2. Oh yes. Oh, I used to remember his name off by heart. And now I can't remember his name. But he's Ichigo from Bleach. Same voice actor. But yes, his voice actor's great. He has like, not gruff, but he's got that thing in his voice. Yeah. Yeah, same voice actor. The English version, obviously, of Bleach. Did you not know? You can't mistake his voice. That's why I really like his voice. When he gets like angry or like emotional. Oh, you saw it long ago. Fair enough. Understandable. But yes, Ichigo's English voice actor is Nero, basically. And he's been in a bunch of different stuff as well. But yeah, when I saw him in DMC5, I was like, I liked his longer hairstyle, weirdly. Yes, exactly. I was like, what's with his hair? And his distinct jawline was quite a bit different. I think it was literally just down to the engine. They tried to make things more realistic. Dante looked a lot older in 5. I don't know how much time passed, but he looks so old compared to how he was in 4. No wonder you didn't get the joke, because if you play Vice City on PC and type, oh, a tank. Ah, okay. There were cheat codes on the console as well, but obviously you... Was it a type-in? It had to have been a type-in. There was definitely a type-in. I don't know if it was the same code though. Also, you expect me to remember a cheat code from like way back when? I would not remember that. I have a memory of a sieve. I would not remember a cheat code. Oh yeah, there was a Devil May Cry anime. I'm pretty sure there's an old one and there's a new one. The old one I think was only like 1 episode, whereas the new one that's on Netflix I would assume is the newer one. It looked kind of old. I swear there's 2 though. Up, down, left, right, A, B. Exactly. That's a song, you know. A Vocaloid song. DMC style music. As in... Just to clarify, the Japanese DMC, not the British made one. Because obviously that one was called DMC. They did alright with it. It's not a bad game. They just changed some things that I don't want. Yeah, the reboot. They changed some things that I didn't like. Oh yeah, for sure. But the combat actually wasn't that bad. The story and the lore, what on earth? Like, no, you don't do that. True. I remember seeing one of the first cutscenes in DMC, and all it was Dante and a demon just swearing at each other for, I think, 10 seconds straight, and I was like, what is this? What is this dialogue? They're just swearing at each other. Are they thinking that's how it is in Britain? Exactly. It was very, I was like, what is this? Because obviously we had the other 3 Devil May Cry games. Actually, did we have 4 as well? When did DMC come out? Did it come after 4 or before? I forget. But then again, either way, it came after 4. Okay. You say that, I do not remember. I can have impeccable memory of some stuff, especially towards gaming, but when it comes to specific things in a game that, especially when it's been a while, no. Too long. Far too long. Bloody no. Okay. I was testing if I had my limiter on. I do. It's just set very high. Prototype 2 NPC. Good game, by the way. Yeah, I mean, she was just the love interest, so yeah. It reminds me of 4 though. Because they were using a different engine, everyone was like big or very defined. It was along the time where you had like, I don't know, very brawny characters. Like obviously Dante in 4 was very buff, very buff, compared to the other games. And then in the same vein, you had like Chris Redfield in Resi 5, where he's built so massively, where he's literally punching boulders. It's like, what is this? I don't know what was going on with this era of games, but men were looking very manly and like built like a truck. I mean, he still plays a very big role in the game, and technically he's there from the get-go, so he's always canon. He'll always be canon. But I know their shift focus was on Nero. I loved his arm. I enjoyed his arm. His arm was great. Oh, his style. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do like, though, that how everyone sees Nero and is like, white hair? Oh, he must be related somehow. And then they never really say anything for ages. And then obviously you find out in 5, and it's like, oh, well, we knew, we gathered that something like that would happen. That is true. I don't think Virgil will ever be beaten for his drip or his, like, badassery. It's Virgil. I did always find it odd how on earth he managed to rip Nero's arm off so easily when he looked like he was on death's bed. To be fair, when a storm is like approaching now, I end up doing the same sort of thing. I'm like, well, I don't say I am, but I'm just like, a storm is approaching. And I just end up thinking of Virgil. Nobody gets the reference? How? It's his song, or his theme. I am the storm that is approaching, black clouds in isolation. Yamato. Yes, that is the name of his blade. Or if you want to go with the butchered English way of saying it, the Yamato. When I heard that said, I was just like, that's not how you say Yamato. Yamato. What even is that? It's like they were trying to say tomato, but replaced it with a ya. Good old butchering languages. Oh, that reminds me of like that researcher guy in 4. He had a jawline and a mouth and a half. Jesus, I always thought, Jesus, his mouth is so big. Like everyone had a defined jawline, but his, whoa. For Nico in 5. She was a personality, for sure. And I like the fact that, you know, she seems to adore Dante. And was like, you know, oh, I made you this. And when she hands him like the hat with the scarf thing, and I'm like, this is a weapon? What is this? Would not surprise me. She's lucky then, she's got, when she had a Trish and Lady with her. his smirk, or his smile in that scene was it was a smile and a half. Nico loved it though. She loved it. I like that she was like, those guns you're using that you've always used, my daddy made those. I was like, for how she's been through the entirety of the game when we've seen her, and then she's like fangirling, it was amusing. What with the split between, he separated his demon half, or rather got rid of his human half, and then for some reason they couldn't really beat him. But then they can merge again. Woo! We got to see Virgil because of it. what I found odd was Dante unlocking more of his powers because he stabbed himself with the rebellion. And it was like, he's like, I've been stabbed by this many times before. But because it was from others, it didn't do the same thing. I don't get that. Why does it matter that it's by his own hand? That it changed, upped his power? The random demon king of most of the game. I mean, Virgil was strong, and by the looks of it, because he got... I don't get it. It seemed like he got stronger when he separated his human half, but at the same time, he was weaker. But then he got stronger again. I don't know. It was all over the place. That is true. Yeah. He was just a demon king. I think the only reason we took him... I mean... Inklings, because, V, and it was like, okay. And then, he goes into his what's it mode, and he gets white hair, and it's like, okay. Very strange. But early on, probably not, no. Not with just seeing Arisen, not just him. Like, that just seemed like a standard, here's a very bad demon who's strong. The only reason it was kind of like, oh, this guy means business, is because Dante didn't beat him straight away. I think Virgil stayed true to his character though, for what he was. It makes sense for a lot of things. He transformed and then it was like... The only part of DMC5 you liked was when Virgil was on screen towards the end then. I like that he doesn't even bother fighting Dante as soon as he emerges, because he's like, oh, you're too tired, go away. It wouldn't be fun to beat you like this. It's also surprising how many people saw like the meme of him, like Virgil, sitting in the plastic chair. Like, people thought that was honestly in the game and didn't realise it was modded. I think that was more of a call towards, because he was also talking to Calia, and she's always been there for him as well, despite the fact that we never see her. Well, once. I think you see her leg or something. But I think it was just like, oh, there's people there for him and now he's got a family, go do your thing. But it was very calm. Or surreal, I guess. I liked his mode though. Like, his Devil Trigger mode was cool. And in typical anime fashion, his hair get longer. That's where I said get. It sounded weird. His hair got longer, so that means he's clearly strong. Yes. That was a good scene. Nero still having... Not Nero, sorry. Virgil having the audacity to be like, yeah, sure, I'll take you on. I'm strong enough. And it's just like, no, you numpty. What do you mean? Anyway, I've been semi-blabbering. I'll do a few things. He did not think that one through. I like at least that he gave a book to Nero, because you know he would hold on to that. Oh. Yeah. And probably from having to do that so often, you'd eventually probably damage your hair. put my, because it's been raining today, so I thought it might be a bit potentially cold. I put on my long UU top to keep me warm, but I'm still quite warm, so I don't know if I actually did need it. But I'm not too hot, at least. Just going to have a drink. Ooh, a bit chilly. Nice. But there's something nice about doing this. Like it doesn't even matter. You're working at the same time. That's okay. No worries. Like, I could have like an absolutely horrendous, horrible day that would drain me entirely, but I would still do a stream because it's generally quite calming to do this. Old people talking about insurance all day. Ah yes, everyone's favourite pastime. I'm just glad when generally people get to relax. Well, that is something at least. I don't get that benefit, sadly. So travel is factored in. Oh, that reminds me actually. There was someone who went over what they do in a day, because they were saying about how old streamers would have plenty of time to socialize, like after they stream and stuff. Maybe not like directly after, but like just in the day they have time to socialize, because they were like, oh, well, this is when I get up like early in the morning, they do some bits and bobs, and they can do things a couple of hours before they'd start work, and then they work from home so they don't have to travel, and yeah, they have their work day, they then finish work, probably do a few bits and bobs, and then go to stream for a long while, and then they have an hour before they'd go to sleep to do something. And they're like, I don't know how people wouldn't have time to do something. And I'm like, well, for one, not everyone works from home. I'd imagine a great majority probably have to travel and go, you know, that way. God forbid if it's through public transport. Depends on the country though. Maybe your public transport is fantastic. Saving gas is huge, I can imagine. And your first work... Hey, nice. I approve then. Nice one. I know everything has pros and cons, but I wouldn't mind a work from home job just because of the travel. My travel isn't too bad, luckily. It's like just under half an hour to get there, and then obviously half an hour back, so an hour tops. But still, it's travelling, and then because my job is quite physical labour inducing, it can be quite tiring some days. Just to work 12 hours a day. Fair enough. 12-hour shifts are rough. I think the most I've had on a daily basis was probably like a 10-hour shift, 10.5 hours. And it also included like a Saturdays as well. So my only day off would be the Sunday. And I did that for about 5 months. Just constant work, overtime, and having to work the Saturdays as well. It can be rough. Hey, that's good then. You met someone. You met a good friend. That is definitely good. I don't necessarily believe like, oh, if you have bad stuff happen, that surely something good will happen. The yin-yang thing, like, life is what it is, but it definitely seems to go like, if you've had a lot of happy times for a while, I guess it's inevitable, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Probability, yeah. Don't start with that nonsense. All you need to do is live in the woods, or, you know, live away from society, and then there you go. You love talking about nonsense. You'd love my work then. Flippin', they bring up nonsense so often. But I'm glad I started streaming, because I wanted to do something away from work, so that my life wasn't just, you know, work, work, work. And nothing wrong if you're wanting to focus entirely on work for a time and, you know, make all the monies, whatever, or work hard to get to a point, sort of thing. But I needed something else. It was the same thing day in, day out. So, with plenty of support and encouragement, I am here now, doing this. Trying not to have it be just a hobby. Then again, I stream enough that it's not a hobby, but yeah. I'm glad I can do this. Even if I do get absolutely tired. That's fine. The earth is flat. Yeah. Balance is key. It just cut you the most foul look. What did you do? Did you do something to upset the cat? Did you, like, move weirdly and they didn't approve of it? Oh, okay. Miku! Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. I hope you're doing well. Hope your day has been good. That do be what the litter for. The nickel just doing its thing. Monhan. Good. glad that you care about her so much. Animals are glorious. I've never had a cat because growing up, a family member was allergic to cats, so we could never have one. But I've grew up with plenty of dogs, and we've also had a rabbit and hamsters and a rat. She's your first pet. Had her for like a year. Oh, did you get her from like kitten, or is she already a cat? Babysitted a python for 2 weeks. How on earth do you babysit a python? You found her on the street when she was like 2 weeks old. That's so young. Oh, it's the size of your hand? What? The python? I'm thinking of a snake. It is a baby snake. Oh, it's a baby python. Okay. Right. I'm too used to I'm too used to when they grow up. A baby snake. How was that? Like, are they somewhat easy to look after? Or is it like there's a bunch of things you gotta watch out for? Like what you feed them kind of thing? Because babies can have odd things that you gotta watch out for. It slithered around your hand, it didn't bite. Sounds like a happy one. I've held a python before, except that one was a full adult. Very big and very heavy, because it was when I was in my teens. Very heavy thing. But they're not bad. They do feel different, but I did like them. I've also held a tarantula. They feel quite different than how they look. You found them next to an alley, soaking wet, covered in fleas. They're bigger than a shoe. Yeah. I'm glad you found her then, and obviously sorted her all out. I'm sure the mother was probably trying to find like some food or something. Yeah, that's good then. And now here she is, staring daggers at you. The cycle. Understandable. Especially if, yeah, if you saw an animal in that condition, like, you don't leave them alone. So I'm glad. Oh, I was going to say, what does it look like? But I'm not knowledgeable of cats. I'd only know, like, I'd only understand, like, the colour of it and all that. She doesn't like baths. Not surprising. A domestic long hair. Long, fluffy hair. I approve of floof. You can never go wrong with floof. But skinny runt of a cat. Does it look bigger than it is because of the floofy hair? Or is it like just straight down? long hair. Ah, straight down. Okay. Does she let you pet her and that, or like remotely touch? Because I know I've heard cats where they're like, no, don't touch me, don't touch me, human. That's nice then. That is a good bond you have. Bless. I'm not even blowing, I'm like breathing on it. Wow. I'm just emphasizing. Blowing would be like this. That would be blowing. Invert his lungs. Such lungs. I don't think my capacity either is very big. I'd be surprised if I did have good stamina, to be fair. I don't do any, like, jogging or running. You'll get sprint from me, that's about it. Hey Zen, I'm doing good. I felt more knackered earlier, but doing this is weirdly like, comfy. So, it's been nice. I ended up talking about a bunch of games, ironically. But how have you been? How are you doing, Zen? How goes your day? And now you have a random iron licking you, which doesn't surprise me. I think I can sprint for about 11 seconds and then I'm like dying but carrying on. I just woke up. I hope you had a good sleep. Wait, you just woke up? Checks times. I looked at the wrong time for a second and I was like, it's not 3 in the morning, that's Japan. Okay, fair enough. I accept. Well, I hope it was a good rest and not undisturbed. Solo queued to Platinum yesterday and Marvel Rivals. Nice. I've gained like £30 in a year. Oh no! Get rid of that weight. Bulking season. I think you need to cut out more than bread, unless you're eating a ridiculous amount of it. Then again, if you're eating a lot of pizza, yeah. Moderation. Different foods. Doggo. Weight gain is your greatest enemy. I imagine if you're trying to keep like a good physique, then yeah. Bread is a part of every dish you eat. Oh dear. You definitely need to eat. Ease up on the bread. Bread is indeed great. I love bread. But I don't have it with everything. As much as I sometimes want to with some meals. Kind of like mentally unstable women. Oh, don't. What was it? Back in my uni years, because we were in a rented house. What was it? One day, one of the friends that would visit often lost it, and then was going around, grabbed a kitchen knife and was like, she was losing it. I laugh, but she was not stable. Yeah. I don't think we let her around after that. You were like £220. I see. Wait. 6'4", 185. Thank God I got used to using centimeters for heights. No, we're talking about weights. Never mind. I don't know my weight in pounds. I only know it in kilograms. But I'm 75 kilograms. You're 250 as long as all that is muscle. About 160-ish pounds. Okay. So it's just add under 100, but yeah. Okay, well, I am that. Wait, everyone's heavier than me? Well, that doesn't surprise me, but still. And body fat isn't that high either, but then again, neither is my muscle. Actually, I don't know, because my legs. I am 5'10", aye. Good old 5'10". Oh, it's 165. You guessed it? Whoa, nice one. Definitely a good guess. Yeah, the average height for a male. Wow. No, the average height for a male is apparently 5'8", if you go by Googie. I don't get how that's the average though. Yeah. Zen! How are you so light? You're only a bit lighter than me, but still. Why are you so light? The drift has been caught. He is. He's so light. He fits the raccoon. Zen is definitely a raccoon. My arms are weird though, because they look skinny as hell, kind of. Or at least the wrist is very skinny and the arms are like okay. Like they're not super skinny. There's muscle there. There is definitely muscle there because I have to lift those bloody boxes. But I don't know. Some of the stuff I lift, I sometimes question how I actually lift them. I feel like I shouldn't be able to. You've been very athletic your whole life. Played sports. We're light and fast. We're more important than having big bulky muscles. Fair enough. Iron has a large frame. Under 11% body fat. BMI is rubbish, by the way. It's a load of nonsense. Wait, is it BMI or was it the other one? One of them's a load of rubbish. Because it will class like muscular people as overweight. It is the awful one. Okay. It's not based on... It's based on nonsense. Because you end up having like, the strongest man in the world, so to speak. And it's like, oh, he's obese. And it's like, no, he's not. He's bloody muscles galore. 50% of my fat goes to my thighs, other 50 goes to my man boobs. I see. Where does mine go? I don't know. I don't put on weight. Oh, you get the love handle ones. I know the ones you mean. My mum gets those. Neil! Hello, good to see you. Sealed by the flippin' seal. It is good to see you. Welcome, welcome in. Hope you've been well. But the love handles, good to grab. But in terms of, you know when stuff goes to them. Ocean fishing. Time to fast for a month. Yes. Love handles are like one of the worst I've heard. Like, trying to get stuff off of them. It's almost like they get to rest on the bone and then they're stuck there for a bit. It's quite funny. Well, yes. Tactical land seal. Wait, we have land seals? Wouldn't... I assume they don't look much different. I wouldn't know. Yeah, I remember you saying you do like a crap ton. Or you did. One of the two. Either way, a lot was needed. Yeah, mine, I don't know. I'm really not sure. I must put on weight somewhere. Maybe the problem is I don't eat enough to actually put on weight. Caffeine plus cardio is the bane of fat. I was this way thing when you... Oh, I've heard of that before, yeah. Is there nothing that can help with that? Like not even a particular type of toothpaste or whatever to help like ease the gums? Or even like a weird guard thing, you know, like they have rugby guard or football guard. Gum guard! There we go. My brain, it worked. There we go. It's a blood flow thing. Dead. That sucks. But surely, I know it wouldn't probably massively help, but wouldn't like the toothpaste for sensitive? Oh no, because it helps the teeth, not really the gums. That sucks though. Itching gums. That's why you stick to weightlifting. Yeah, that's why I was like, oh yeah, that wouldn't help because I know it's tough. Although, at least sweating doesn't do anything weird to you, because I know that can also be a thing for people when they start sweating profusely. It does the opposite of what it does, almost like your skin is overreacting to it. I would say, oh, you do a lot, but as long as you obviously, well, I know obviously you do, you hydrate properly after. it's the same with when you have a bath and that. Like you make sure you have a nice drink after it, because you just get, well, it sucks all the bloody water out of you. That blue Gatorade. Dear me. Inconvenient superpower causes it's great for clearing pores and dropping water weight, but annoying to need a second shirt for exercise. I can imagine. The most I end up having, I mean, I get sweaty. I do remember when I did do a proper workout though. Sweet mercy. I think the only reason I was sweating so much is because it had been so long. So I was like doing something far beyond what I was ready for. Don't understand wearing a hoodie and working out. Fabric sticking to my skin is horrendous. I cannot say. Yeah. Yeah, my heart was pumping, that's for sure. It was the kind where I did have to like lay down for a bit, because I'm pretty sure I felt sick, but that's just me not being silly. I don't even think I did things that were past what I could do. It's just been a while. Luckily I won't be doing that. What was funny though was, because luckily I had no top on, so I was just like, because I was doing it at home, so I was training, and then I had like my break, and I just laid down on the floor, and then as I got back up, there's just like an outline of sweat, and I'm just like, oh great. It's like, I was sweating that much? Blimey. Most likely. It would not surprise me. But I wouldn't go to a gym anyway. True. Especially if you actually go a lot and you end up, seeing the same sort of faces. Maybe people where initially you could see they're trying to get rid of whatever, or tone themselves up or something. Top-ups. And then, months down the line you sort of see, oh, that guy's doing awesome. I've always been very conscious of my body around others. I'm not the type to be comfortable showing my body. There's too many weird things on it now. Even though I know it looks fine for the most part. It's my own head. The usual, like anyone else, but even from when I was young, I never liked. Like, you'd see all the kids from when I was in like primary school and that. You passed out for an hour? Congrats? I hope it was a relaxing hour? You're still gonna feel like death though, aren't you? You're gonna say, I still feel... Please feel well. Be well. You don't like man boobs. You miss wearing shirts and looking good. Fair, fair. I will leave that decision to you, because you know how you're feeling right now. So whichever you would think works better for you. If the sleeping would help more, then yay. Or if waking up is the better option, it is up to you. The middle of the night for all, it's like the start of the evening for me, and for Fuji it's like 3 something in the morning. Yeah, 3:30. Exactly. It is the time to fall asleep. But I'm glad I'm relaxing. I thought I would babble a lot. Yep. I know the time because I keep, and I've always done this, long before anything, I have the time, I have that time on my phone, always. That's always been a thing for me. I told you, Japan's my second home. So I keep tabs on their time zone. 12:30 PM, so it's just hit the afternoon for you. You slept at 7. That's a... yeah. So you should be well rested. When was the last time you did feel well rested? Because I feel like it's been a while. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I can relate. Mine's the same sort of a story. But I'm an idiot, so that be why. You're just like very busy and working hard on things. Most of the time I go on ASMR streams and chat for 3 hours and forget I went there to fall asleep. Why me? Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good for today. Maybe a few days ago. So probably the weekend. I see. Would you like my sleep hours? As in like the hours I use to sleep, would you like them? If it would help you feel more rested. You like you like taking naps after work? Yeah, I stopped doing that because it does usually mess up your usual sleep when you're supposed to go to bed. Why me? Why me? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. And I. Oh, I see emote. Fishing. I approve. I approve of fishing. Fishing is great. I enjoy it a lot in games. It's one pastime I do enjoy. My accent? I have one? I mean, I guess I do. It's the usual of, it's hard to hear your own accent. I just make sure to, like, enunciate properly for the most part, bar some words. But, well, I'm glad you like it, at least. That's something. Weirdly, I was odd yesterday, and I was like, for some reason, not liking how I was sounding. Who knows? Who knows? I must somehow give good sleeps to people that want to feel rested, though. Because feeling rested is always really nice. And they're hard to come by, especially during the week. Need lemon and honey tea. Yeah, well, to be fair, you do. You are, like, almost constantly talking, which is great. And you do it, your streams are always long. So I should think you'd need something to, like, soothe the throat. Oh, yes. I mean, heck, even when I was playing Fatal Frame, it has so much, like, notes and documents to find in that I was talking most of the time when I played that. But yeah, VNs can... they are like books. Of course they are. Visual novels. Blah. That is true. How far are you with Skyrim now? Because I think the last time I saw you, you were on the second DLC? Yeah, you were doing the Dragonborn DLC, weren't you? Because I remember the areas you were in. My eyes randomly decide. Thank you, eyes. Fair enough. A dragon what now? Dragonborn. That's what the DLC was called. With, Mirak? I forget his name, but yes. Born. Yes. Oh. Zen. Tut tut. That's a point. Oh no, you wouldn't have. I was gonna say, had you played Bloodborne yet, but then I remembered that it's... well, I mean, there's apparently emulations of it, but yeah. I love people staying on the line for the entire process, then hanging up after I put them on hold. Why? Yeah, you can't. Ah, they really need to do something with Bloodborne. There has to be some legal reason why they don't just do a port to PC. Yes, I had heard they had made like a lot of improvements with the emulated version. But I still don't know how it'd be for streaming, like if Sony would be picky kind of thing. You could always be cheeky and say, I'm playing... Actually no, because if it would run smoother than whatever random frames they like to give on the PS4. Just joining the Half-Life club. But yeah, I wish people wouldn't just hang up when you've spent all that time and then you put them on hold. It's like, just wait. You waited that long already, you might as well just wait. Oh dear. Been thinking about getting it set up yourself. It'd be worth it. It's Bloodborne. What? How are you playing such a fluent and much better looking Bloodborne? It's like, my PS4 is like super. You're in your Katatsu? God damn. That thing. It like just holds, and then you're like stuck there, and it's like, oh my god, please let me go. Magic. What? Magic? Oh, magic. Right, yeah. Lest I recall, everyone was snuggling up to my tails. But we'll let you be a Katatsu after all, because you know, you are an orc, and if you think that you are one hard enough, I'm sure you are. I mean, I've got 9 of them. The rest of them are below, but plenty to choose from. Whatever angle you sleep at, I've got a tail for it. You're stuck here. I've always heard the tales of Katatsu where, you know, there's a demon that just never lets you go. Or, I approve, yes, think of that floofy blanket as my tail. For sure, I accept. No! How dare. The 9 nails. Indeed, the nails. Although to be fair, you have a lot of nails. You have more than 9. Because the thumb has 1. And then you have also the nails on your feet. So that's 20. Don't make me into a hat. I have no idea. Certainly I'm being hunted. This is the nature of foxes, apparently, is to be hunted. No wonder we grew to have power. We're getting tired of everyone hunting us. Yes. Snuggle the tail. Okay. I could just imagine, like, I either kneel, like, sit on my feet, or I, like, fold my legs, and then just sort of wrap my tails around, and then I'm just, like, on top of the head. Naruto. Because of the 9 tails. I see. A random Naruto out of nowhere. Mention Kurama then. Enjoy your shower. Have a good one. be a refreshing time. The joke was right there. I end up thinking of that thing, the story that they had in Black Myth Wukong, where there ends up being a wounded fox and he takes care of her. They have a family, they grow prosperous and that, and then it turns into one day she went mental for some reason and killed everything. It was good. I enjoyed it. I liked exploring in it as well. It was nice that there was like hidden things to find. Oh yes. Definitely. I had a good fun with that. But that the end of that story obviously was just, I don't mean Wukong, of the fox one, was he was just like, it was a vision and he's like, I shouldn't look after this fox, and then he comes out the day after and he's got it as a pelt, and I'm like, no, why did you have to kill it? You could have just not helped it and been on your way. Heresy. Everyone has a soft place for Sekiro. Except maybe 2. 2 is a very... I love how random it is. It's so video gamey as well. It makes no sense, like how things connect. They just do. Like, I'd actually love to see the map, you know, how it's structured, if you could see it in a Metroidvania style thingy, how everything would be and the interconnections and everything. Oh my word, that'd be insane, I feel. Oh yeah, it definitely has issues, but I'm glad they tried stuff. Some stuff worked, some stuff didn't. But it was definitely a game. 3 I played the most. It's also the one I started with. I did it backwards because initially I didn't get into Dark Souls originally. Too soon, I think. One of those where you come back to it like a few years and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna give this a chance. I'm in the right mindset, I'm ready. And then you never wear armor. If you were to play Bloodborne, well, that's stupid because armor doesn't do anything in Bloodborne because it's just fashion. So, yeah. But I started with 3, and then I went back and I was like, I literally just did the reverse. I did 3, 2, 1. Legit had to buy an Xbox controller to play D3 on PC. Did you not have a controller in general? Or do you mean because the icons were weird? You'd be naked for Bloodborne 2 after its edition. Fair enough. Wait, I know it's only on PS5, but you have Demon Souls as well. The remake. Yeah, the remake one. It's pretty much exactly the same. They didn't change any of the thingy-mabobbies. Rigby! Hello! Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. And I give many hugs, if not. Yeah, no PlayStation. It's annoying because they've been putting all of their like recent-ish games on PC. I wish they would do it with that one. I don't see why not. I wish they would put it on PC because I would love to play it on PC. Ironically, out of all of the Like, fair enough, fair enough. Splurging money is always nice to have. Because with Demon Souls, the buggers, it was Blue something, the buggers that redid it literally remade it from the ground up in a very clever way. There was a kind of a documentary on it, how they did it, but it was really cool how they did it, and just the level of detail on it and the sound design was really damn nice. Like, ironically, I would say graphically, out of all the Souls games, it is the best one. Artistically, I'd say would still go to like Elden Ring and maybe Dark Souls 3 as well. But they didn't change any of the systems. So obviously Demon Souls was the first one of the Souls series, and it shows when you play it, like how things are. Like, they tidied up the animations, but they didn't like change any of the windows or anything, even if they were like trying to make it look more nicer. They made sure to stay in the time frame. Yes, because they combined everything they learnt from the previous Souls games and bunged it into Elden Ring. And they spent a while making it, didn't they? About to sell your PC and buy a PlayStation. No, I mean, if your PC is half decent, then do keep it. PCs are useful. They both have their uses, but yeah. Is the PS5 compatible with PS3 discs? No. Absolutely not. No, it is not. It is... I'm pretty sure it's just... I can't even remember if it can play PS4. I feel it should. I don't see why it wouldn't, but PS3 definitely not. Heard it was backwards compatible. I can't even test it for you. I have a PS5, but I don't have the disc version. I've got the digital version. Same with DS1 Remake 2, the graphics are nice but the controls are clunky. Yeah, because they didn't change that side of things. So there's some nonsense with Demon Souls, even though it all looks pretty and everything. The spells as well. Oh, so pretty. Only thought the online service, not disc. The online service, not disc. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the I can't remember if they renamed it, but PlayStation Now or whatever, or that was their streaming thing. They're weird about their old stuff. It's just better to have like the old console and play them on the old consoles. Like, I still have my PS3. I still have my PS4 Pro. And yeah, I have a PS2 actually as well. Well, I wasn't actually going to bother with the PS5, but some some buggers were gonna end up playing games on there, and they only had it. They were bothering with that, so I was like, oh, okay. Guess I'll do the same. But I haven't touched it much because I have my PC, which is stronger by a bit, a margin, whatever. 4 more hours listening to old folks. Hang in there. Hang in there. I know it's it can have its days. 4 hours though. Good lord. Do what you can. Manage. Manage as best as you can. That'll be the day. Talk to the AI, because it's not, well, it shouldn't gain sentience and get annoyed. Why did it sound like I said sentence? Sentience. And then, yeah. I never understood when people are like, we don't want things like robots and stuff to take our jobs, and it's like, but if they're taking over the entirety of all our jobs, none of us have to work, and we can like focus on something better. But at the same time, I know there are people that have to, well, we all have to do something. Would go mad else. AI has its applications like any tool, but yeah, it shouldn't really be used in a professional space of art and the like. Just because I know game devs and the like are gonna jump on that, and we're just gonna have like, well, clones. What was I having for dinner today? I think I'm having chicken. What type of chicken? I cannot remember. Fried chicken? No. Something. I mean, well, I was gonna say about like synthesizers and stuff, but that's not AI. That's just like putting an effect over your voice, really. Oh. Sorting out my fringe. It's quite ironic actually, because my fringe would be exactly like how my model is. I have a long fringe. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, AI is definitely a useful tool, and it can absolutely, like, help a lot of things. But people get focused on the, well, as always, the negative side of things. I mean, humans will always, like, do what they do, but it will grow nicely. Yeah. The people that are more commonly trying to access it, you know, probably just see the bog standard, oh, I can make images in an instant, oh, I can make, you know, posts or whatever where it links to these different things in the blink of an eye. But it definitely has a practical use, and it will definitely be handy. Ex Machina, as in Appleseed. I liked Appleseed. As in the movie? Yeah. I mean, the film I'm thinking of is literally called that, where it's like Appleseed Ex Machina. But if there's just a plain film called Ex Machina, then I probably don't know it. A mid-movie. I always find it amusing when people describe things as, oh, they're mid. Sometimes it's good to have, like, something on in the background kind of thing. Then again, people tend to just whack streams on for that nowadays. Wow. Not everyone, but still. I swear they forget. But it is what it is. And things will do what they do, as always. Woof. What is the frog familiar? That's how it sounds without the echo. That's so loud without an echo somehow. do I watch a Western? Strangely, it is not my cup of tea. I think because the story is always roughly the same. Why? It's gonna be amusing with that. Why? But welcome back. Two days to Monster Hunter. I expect absolute chaos with how it will be, but that matters not. And I haven't watched anything on it, because with games I'm going to play, I don't need to see anything, because I'll end up seeing it for myself. No spoilers at all. Yes. Yes, you can. As it is a good old one time a day thing. Sniffer! I'm still working on how to do Sniffer. I hit a button and I don't know what it did. Hopefully nothing. Alright, let's try with the random sniffer, as I do. Those pebbles. I will one day understand the sniffer. Hey Gabby! The plastic pebbles. Aye aye. Welcome in, Gabby. Hope you're doing well. fabric. How dare. You're fine? I am good. I felt more tired earlier. I feel like I've chilled out since after work, but I'm doing good. I'm glad you are doing good too. It is good to hear. Lots of goods. But yes, ear tappies. Aye aye. Staring at this. There we go. Ear tappies. Hope they were dapalicious. What a bad pun. What even is that? Strange pun. Also, you sound so fed up with your work today. It'll go. Eventually. And remember, there's more days to come. I just deal with mine on a day-to-day. So then, yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked. Welcome back, Fuji. I hope you had a nice shower. Refreshed. I mean, it took you out of the kotatsu, so it's probably a good thing already. Hopefully. Good, good. I'm glad. Food! This late, but still food! Tasty food. Don't mind me, my stomach be rumbling. Nah, food should be, eventually. So it's okay. What did you get? What tastiness do you have? Not yet. I usually eat either towards the end of stream, ironically, or a bit after. Sweet sauce chicken with rice. It doesn't have to be fancy. That sounds nice. Nom nom. I'm having chicken today. I just can't remember what I was doing with it. It's not fried, but it's not normal either. I'm doing something with the chicken. I can't. I'll remember eventually. Oh, stretch and an ether charge. I was semi-sad because I stretched as I got home without thinking, and my arms did like the biggest click. It was like, I was like, whoa. Burning the chicken. Why is everyone burning the chicken? What's going on with the chicken lately? I shall have a drink. Oh, it's nice to have a drink. Take care, Toby. Thank you for stopping by. Have a great rest of your night as well, or day. Have a nice day. And have something tasty. Tasty food. I didn't actually burn it. You make it sound like it usually gets burnt. It's like, I had chicken and it wasn't burnt for once. You're fighting with beans. You're fighting with beans. What did they do to you? How does one fight a bean? There's so many beans. Again, how on earth do people burn chicken? You stay with it. You cook it for a bit. It goes a bit golden. Voila. And then go do whatever you want. Well, it depends. If that's cut up chicken, as in like if you were to have it in a curry, for instance, then yeah, that's easy. If it's chicken where it's like a chicken breast, and then you're, slicing half open and putting in, I don't know, some cheese and some ham or something, even so, no. You had fresh mixed bread and butter, ham, meat salad and grapes for dinner. It is a very healthy dinner. I've had ones like that though, to be fair. I like having stuff like that in the summertime, like cold foods, because of the hot weather, the kind of hot weather where you're just like, you cannot be asked to like do anything. So I end up having like something hot would be in there, but majority it's like with a salad, cheese, ham, corned beef, what else? Maybe there's some like new potatoes in there, or obviously some bread. It's nice time. Like when you're wanting something to chill, it's nice. It can be a good mix. Not to always have, but like anything, moderation. And when you have it, when it's hot weather, it's just, it doesn't take too much and it's nice. Some people might add a quiche. Could always have a bit of chicken with it, actually. Because chicken doesn't take long. want fajitas. Where did fajitas come from? Why do I want fajitas? Goddamn. This always happens. We get onto food, and then I start going through different foods, and then I'm like, oh, I would fancy this, or that. And then my stomach's like, you made fajitas earlier? Oh, you cheeky bugger. I hope they were absolutely delicious. Also, I hope you didn't get back in the kotatsu. Fuji. I feel like that's its thing's power. It's like, come back to me, you know you want to. 7 out of 5, 10, not my best work. Fair enough, but still edible. Still decent. Good. It's a trap. The kotatsu is always a trap. Aye aye. Understood. Nom nom nom. Ah, food. Why? Food. Why? It's a trap you're willing to get into. I'll safeguard it with some tails, although I get the feeling tails would be around it. You just sort of stare at it and then step over and get in the kotatsu and use it as like a head pillow. Super Hunter! Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. I hope you're doing well. I hope your day has been going good. The blurriness. Yes, have a bit of the chicken in my name, so that I may feel like I've eaten something. That do be true. A good rest helps make a good stream, which is probably not entirely accurate, but still, it helps. Oh, wait, is the cutoff date tomorrow? Or is it the 28th? Oh wait, but you're a day ahead. My bad. No, even with a day ahead, it would be the 27th. Oh my mind! It is thinking of a great many things. For, the Partner Plus thing. I literally went with the first thing that cropped up in my head. But you probably meant something different, so apologies. blah 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 blah. That's what I meant. They both have partner in the title. Yes, plus is the other one. Yeah. Aye. Yeah, I wasn't sure if like my tablet was gonna live, so I plugged it on charge when I left it on this morning, because I knew by the time anyone else were to go to deal with it, it'd be turned off, or at least the lid would be closed. It's okay, someone was home to close the lid, which will turn the tablet off. The lurk helps, no? And yeah. Pre-approval. That's okay. I need my phone with me when I go to work, and there's like next to no signal there. So yeah, I was like, well, I can leave my tablet on at least. Mods? Why you scream mods? Ho! Lower his credits. It's okay, we're talking about sandals and flip-flops, of course. I feel like your gremlin energy is usually on high. Also, wouldn't you be an orc? Shouldn't it be orc energy today? Unless you want to be a gremlin, that's fine. Has anything been different in your routine? Anything odd happened? It's a bit out of the norm? EP high? Not really. I wonder why you have more energy then. Your sleep hasn't been any different, has it? Like it's not been interrupted or anything. And gremlin energy is nice. Mine's random energy. Very rarely happens, well, during ASMR, but it's usually in the night. I'll get a burst of energy, and then I'm like, sleeping a little better. Well, technically that's a change, no? If you've been sleeping better this week. Indeed. You don't know what energy you give off, but you have something. Rigby gives off Rigby energy. It's hard to describe. It's very, like, comforting and warm. I think my mouth closed as I was trying to say warm. There we go. Ronan. You have me energy, indeed. Out of context. Ronan, would you like a hug? I can give you a hug. If you like hugs. Or need one. Either or. You love hugs? Of course. Hugs to you too, Fuji. A flower? Hey, 8. Good to see you. Finish some soup. Alright. Come here, you big thing. And those. Need to put you on my lap. How to hug you. Come here, you. I do have nice thighs. And sit here. Hello. I wouldn't know if my lap would ever be any good, to be fair. Segments of it, maybe. Definitely segments of it. Hydraulic press. Indeed. What should I ever do with my 20k points? Am I going to have like a milestone for each 10k point? What sounds and say so? Oh, my thigh? The thigh is big. Honestly. What is with you lot? You've been told your head is very watermelon. Like, definitely should squeeze. Some part of your body. something. My body is not half bad. I'm sure if I did a bit of training, it would be kind of similar to when I used to play rugby. I had abs then. It was glorious. I still do have a tiny bit, but more so obviously when I played rugby. Can never understand this. The enjoyment of thick thighs. I have no idea either, but supposedly it's meant to be nice. I know lap pillows are supposed to be nice. Well, I say supposed to be. I've had a lap pillow before. Um, yeah, they are nice. It's a comfy place to rest your head. You have a training regime that we can do? Remember, I've done like nothing. I wouldn't mind that, to be fair. But remember, I've done absolutely nothing for a long time. So I would have to literally I be a beginner sort of thing. Oh, you were being sus? Remember, I take things literal to a degree. Unavoidable for reasons which I tend not to mention because I don't want special treatment. Skinny thighs too bony, still pretty, still nice, but thick thighs are heavenly. Mm. Oh, was I a fullback? Oh god, what was I? I don't actually know the position I was in. I never learnt the names for them. But I was always like the defender bit. So towards the back. And then when it came to like scrums and that, ironically I was at the front of that. I have absolutely no idea because I don't know the American positions. Flanker aside. Well, yeah, because that's what you do with flanking. But aye. 8-man is the back. The knowledge. You have no idea what you are looking at? Neither do I. Props are the two big guys who hold up the hookah? The hookah? The hookah? Or are you just saying hooker? Am I sticking with hookah? Oh, okay. Noted. Okay. So the hoo-hoo. Alright. Props are the two big guys. I mean, we did have big people. God, I'm so bad at knowing sports positions. And the second line is the two in the middle. You were a flanker. You must have had good speed then. A mean flanker at that. Good, honestly, good. You want someone who's going to be mean in the sense of, you know, charging right into everything when it's needed. Yeah, rugby in general tends not to take off, which baffles me, but it's fine. All I remember being taught is if they're charging at you full speed, you do, well, you should always do the same anyway, but it's like you do not slow down, because if you slow down, it's gonna hurt a heck of a lot more for you than it is for them. Luckily I read things. Pamper, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hopefully. Indeed. But people can be pampered, and I can't do anything about people's names, so... yeah, if you hesitate, if you basically show any weakness, it is taken advantage of immediately for good reason. So I made sure to run in as hard as I bloody well could, because I wanted them to hurt as much as it hurt me. Although it always was amusing because, like, I don't look particularly big, so when they would shunt into me, I got what they were doing. They were trying to make it where it would like shunt me out the way and they'd bounce off and carry on, but it never ever worked when they tried that. I feel I was severely underestimated, because every person that tried that instead just like got body blocked by me. I ain't gonna fall down. Hell no. I'm there to defend, and I defended. And yeah, during a scrum, it was great. I don't think we ever lost a scrum. Like, no one ever pushed us back. We were either equal or we pushed forward. I never went backwards. Always had some feral beefcake like me looking to crush their soul. I did well with those. I did well. I definitely like pushed as hard as I could. And they dig deep. I don't know. It was good fun. I had good fun with rugby. I did that in my teen days, actually. My late teens. I think if I was somehow ever to play rugby again, it would have to be joining someone else, and definitely train myself back up, because it was good fun. That you are, Rigby. Oh, right, because people can sometimes put rugby instead of Rigby. Okay. Yes. The pun on your own name. Goodness gracious. Nope. No pun is ever bad. It is, well, okay, they can be bad, but, always intend your puns. It is important. They are. I like them, Rigby, because, well, I just like puns. I had massive props too, so I got lifted next to bean poles and could just one hand shove them over and make the other team drop them like 5 feet in the air. You were definitely a crazy monster, I can imagine, with that sport, for sure. How about now Benson? Now Benson? Benson. Benson. Or am I focused on the wrong bit? Oh, okay. not seen the show. I'm sorry. I have not seen. Sorry about that. I have foods. It is chicken. Trying to remember what it's called. Oh, what was it again? It's not fried, it's... Sweet mercy. My brain doesn't want to work. Is it chicken fajitas? No. It is not chicken fajitas. I got some chips with it. Some chonky chips. Dad jokes, level puns, excellent, Rigby. Don't you ever forget. That is true. Sometimes I make like dad level puns and jokes, and I'm one of those where I giggle at my own jokes. So I'm happy with that. Like, it doesn't matter if others don't laugh at my jokes. I like my own jokes. Like, one I came up with donkeys years ago was like, why did the woman give me her arm? So she could lend me a hand. It's so bad. But I'm happy because it's one I came up with. But that's why I like my jokes, because I laugh at them. You do it too. I like it, because then, like, even if no one laughs at it, that's fine. I laughed at it. That's the most important thing. If someone else finds it funny, fantastic. Hey Fire! Welcome in! How are you doing? I hope your day has been well. Yes. The mischievous giggle. It's almost like you're building up hype for the joke, and then you tell it and people are like, is that it? And I love that even more for some reason. It's like, yes, the deadpan response, and it makes me laugh even more. And then they'll just say, that's not funny. And I'll just be like, that's fine. It's funny to me. Oh, my cheeks are smiling too much. Goodness gracious. How does it take less muscles to smile than it does to frown? Sorry, not less muscle. Less energy to smile than it is to frown and be sad and stuff. Because naturally gravity is working against you. So surely it takes more to smile, I would have thought. Or I'm guessing that you're just using less muscles, maybe. Yes, indeed, the shattering silence of crickets. It is the best. Much like how you kind of punned your own name. But yes, um, yeah. I well, actually, no, you've seen it sometimes on some stream when I'm like less chatty and maybe more dead. Um, well, it sort of does it. I can end up having like a resting bitch face, and I have that at work and when I focus on things, especially when I focus on things. Like when I'm focused, well, I'm focused, so I just don't. I'm not wasting energy to do something to my face, so I'm just like, it's like, but with a maybe unhappy face. Hang on, I had an unhappy toggle. Okay, so I'm just like, and people seem to think that I'm in a mood, and I'm not. I'm just focused on what I'm doing. Abbreviated that. I've been accused of having a very angry looking. Ah, yeah, RBF. I'm just focusing. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it, and I don't mind, but you always have someone come up to you and go, "Are you okay? What's wrong? What's up?" Well, they don't say what's up, but still, but it's just like, "Is everything okay?" It's like, "Yes." Why? And then they're like, "You had such a serious expression on your face." It's like, I'm just focused and doing my work. Like, your brain is just processing half the things that go on. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, can relate. Yeah. But I don't know. Your ex. Why do you always look so angry? Like, woman, do you want to make me the money? Ah, do you want me to make the money putting you through college or not? This is an ex, and you were putting them through college? Either way, of all the things I pick up, but still. I like that you clock on as well. Iron is a big, lovable, hard worker. I was going to say something else, and I was like, that will absolutely be taken wrongly. Say it. Well, the good thing about my brain is I've now got to think back on what I said to remember what it was that I was going to say because of my sieve memory. Give me a moment. Especially on your own stream. I'm still, yeah, semi-learning that of like, it's my own, so I should, within reason, be able to say and do what I like. The problem is I gotta redo the processes in my head of the events of what led to that thought. So yeah, I swear it's going to be something along the lines of like, oh, Iron is pretty great. He's a big. My brain's going with like big boy, but at the same time, I feel like that's wrong. It wouldn't be big man. That doesn't roll off the tongue as well. I can't remember. My brain. Giggling like a... Giggling is fine. It'll probably come to me later. If I remember later, I'll just randomly say it somewhere and then you'll all know. Oh, with when I sometimes pause and go to say things. That will be because I can actually hear myself when I'm talking, so that I know that my level is okay. It's like half a second behind me. That's why half the time when I'm saying something, you'll see me randomly pause, because sometimes what I'm hearing can, sets me off. Shark Calia, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Oh, I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, I can just turn it off if I wanted to, but it can be quite distracting. It's also why, especially with Fatal Frame, when I had a lot of text to read, I was not being very fluent, because I was like, "Oh, you're doing lovely. That is good. I'm glad to hear it. I am good too. I had my work day, which I felt pretty knackered from, but after that, since I've been streaming, I actually feel a lot better. Like, I know I'm still tired, but it's not dragging me down as such. So yeah, it's been nice. But I did think about turning off the like hearing my output, so that I could just talk normally, but I don't know, if things go wrong. I think it was back in the day when people it wasn't as chatty, so I didn't know how my audio levels were on things, and I've kind of just stuck with it and tried to get used to hearing me. Always good to hear that you're feeling better. It is good to have you here too. I'm glad to have you here. As well. Yes. Oh, I will say though, like, one, I've been extremely chatty for me today. Like, granted, the first half was like 40k, and then it kind of turned into games for a while. But even so, it can be nice to hear someone babble as well, especially if you end up liking their voice, which some people do. My voice can be alright at times. Only sometimes am I like, oh, I was stretched though. That's not too bad. The body stretches. Oh, it's good to stretch. Yeah. I've had a lot worse. That's not bad, is it? Not really talking more of a listener. That's fine. I take all in this place. Whether they just want to relax, or if they like to talk lots, or bits and pieces, all is good. 7 out of 10 cracks. Yes, because I've definitely had way crazier ones. Like, there was tidbits from my elbows, and then the rest was just basically from my fingers. Again, I try not to do it too much. I try. But they honestly start feeling really stiff if I don't do it. So that's why I do it. I don't know if it would be a kind of thing if I stopped entirely, and then, you know, they get stiff for a bit, and then they would actually get not stiff. Made your back hurt. On the plus side, my back doesn't really click. I make sure to look after it when I lift heavy objects. Like I'm making sure I don't twist weirdly or lift stupidly. Like, it's coming from my knees and my thighs pretty much when I lift. Oh, and my arms, obviously. My food is staring at me. I'll go for a little bit more. Do I wear a belt when I lift? No. Why do I need to wear a belt? For the waist, yeah? Like a normal belt. Yeah, oh, for weightlifting. The only time I see anything that resembles a belt is usually like the harnesses people wear when they'd get on the machines. So, you know, like VNAs and stuff like that. I forget. And the scissor lift. That thing. But for the lifting of normal boxes, I mean, the weight varies. You can have things that are obviously super light, and then I get printers fairly often, so that's like 25 kilograms. But then you get stuff like ones that would be 50 to 60, which is almost, you know, as heavy as me, so I'm basically lifting myself. But anything that would be like ridiculously heavy, you can just used like the pump truck for, and that, and hopefully it'll be on a pallet anyway, so you haven't got to like lug it around. Luckily, it just turns into finding where you need to put it away, and then you gotta like shimmy it into a space, basically. How tall am I? 181 centimeters, or 5'10", whichever works for you. Because ironically we were going about our weights earlier. Oh, no, I'm above 60. I am 75. Which Zen said 75 kilograms is 165 pounds, I believe. Oh, were you expecting me to be lighter? I mean, that is pretty light, to be fair. $55 to $60. I know that weight. I'm not that light. Although, to be fair, I weighed myself when I was wearing boots that were a couple of kilograms in weight, and a bunch of other stuff safety wise that were on me that also weigh a couple of kilograms. So maybe I'm like slightly under 70, but you weigh like double that. I'm probably more like around 70, because I didn't take into account the stuff I was wearing, because we have to have proper safety boots and other safety crap. 60 grams? I'm not, that's a tiny packet of sugar. I'm not that small. Plenty of people are taller than me as well, so don't mind it, Gabby. Like, I thought I was like at least an average height, and then so many people are like above me. So I'm like, oh, that meh. And not by like a bit, it's like a head height above me. 180 is not average. No, the average is 5'8" over here, which is what, 171? Something like that. I don't know. You're below average at 183 in the Netherlands. Yep. I'm taller than the average of my country, but yeah, for some reason I'm always surrounded by the ones that are taller than me. So it's like, what is this average when I'm surrounded by all the tall people? You're 191? Damn. You're a tall bugger. I mean, 10 centimeters, but that's still something. Time for some heels. Do you know how hard heels are to walk in? They're mad. not usually very comfy either. Rigby's your brother's height. You have to look up. Nearly broke my ankle. You do be relatively tall. That is tall, Rigby. That is tall. I know there's like tall people, but I'm gonna class it as like as soon as people are over 6 foot or 6'1", you're tall. Rigby's gonna show that spider what's up. Although I will say, I never kill spiders. Actually, I don't really kill anything, even if I don't like it. I just try to get them out of my vicinity. Mama. Hey. When I finally get a proper one where it's like hard down and then I get a nice pop out of it, it's yay. I have succeeded. Oh, now my back. Oh, I've been sitting up. Oh wait, my legs. Right, the legs. My legs suffer. Oh, also, don't try and sit on your feet when you're wearing like thick ass boots that also have ankle like protector thingy bobbies, because the ankle bits like dig in. It's not nice. And I shall, well, stretching means I need to like stand, so give me a moment. I need to stand. Oh my, I have not stood in 4 hours. Sweet mercy. What is this? Oh, I should really stand some more. Good Lord. Oh, my bum is doing okay. The butt is fine. It's the joints, especially in the front, because I'm sitting like upright and proper, very straight. I guess that's why. How can someone sound 5'10"? You don't know how tall my desk is. Or how the like drop off happens with the microphone. Oh, my legs though. Good Lord. That is something I'm gonna have to remember, is to stand up every few hours. Noted, because Friday is gonna be mental. Very mental. So I'll have to remember. Oh wait, but I won't have to worry because my chair will be fully up. Yeah. Because I lower my chair for ASMR. Stand up routine. I mean, I could. Or I could just bung it into the ether charge and stretch. Or just remember that stretch means stretch. So you know, stand. Intuition, my ass. I accept it though, because my intuition is not too shabby. Thank you, 8. I think I still got a bit of junk left. I do, luckily. Oh yeah. I'll ask in a moment. I'll just stand again. Oh, good lord. Well, you're not dead, Legs, so that's okay. Oh. Yeah, I realised because everyone says hydrate and stuff, remove les boots. I do, well, not at work, but yeah, I don't wear them at home, obviously. I'm barefoot at home because of the carpet and the plastic thing I have to stop the my chair indenting the carpet too much. I have a plastic thingy, and I have ether because I feel it's more fitting for a nine-tailed fox for sustenance and you know, feeling replenished, even if it's what's it. So I was like, oh, ether. It made sense to me. I will work it in. So ether is just drink, basically. I put it with the stretch, so it'd be kind of obvious. Maybe. I don't know. I am a powerful being who has no power over the powers that this body has. Because that was part of the law. Is that this is technically my friend's body. But they've disappeared, like, out of the body somehow. I don't know where they've gone. And I am somehow in their body, because we came through a portal from a different... Forget the wording. Realm? Thank you. You can tell it's going into the evening because my brain's like, yes. And my brain is just like, got a post-it note saying, by the way, the stomach's hungry. It's like, I know. But yes, a different dimension. It was a very battle-drawn place that we were in. And the typical, you think you beat the bad guy, things start exploding because the place is held together by the baddie. We go through a portal, it somehow winds up in, like, in space, but with the Earth that is currently here. And then, yeah, somehow going through that portal merged. So I'm now, like, looking after this body. I mean, by that law reason, technically I should, because it's not my body in the first place, even though, you know, it's my OG, but still, we shall see. It's ultimately down to them. Oh no, it's fine. Always ask away. It lets me think of things. Like, mine's like where I can end up thinking of hundreds of ideas, but like I never write them down. And the best ones usually come as I'm about to fall asleep. So, but I've always had a very extensive dream of what I would go through as the human, and then if I was to end up as a Ninetales, whether it be, well, the current version of I've inherited the body, and then if I would be able to turn into one myself somehow, and then a lot of anime in my head of like different episodes that has happened, like different things that we would have gone through, things that would form a relationship sort of thing, and then like sort of being the underdog due to the fact that I'm, you know, a human and was what could a human do sort of thing. So, but always I think it was always my brain telling me keep working on it, keep doing things, don't give up. Doesn't matter if it's hard. If it's hard, it's probably good to some degree. I have seen the custom model, yes, and I've seen a great many people do different a lot of variations of that thing. I have no idea how that thing would run though, because I know she said like there's a 2K version of it, so it's easier to run for those where the PC might struggle, and then the 4K one, which is obviously more crisper, but lots of a customization. I've always wondered why more people didn't do like VTubers in such a way where it'd be a heavily customizable model, especially with how people end up just having like a head, and then, you know, you can interchange outfits easily because it sort of connects at the neck sort of thing. You're pretty tempted to get it to try. It's always dangerous when people tell me these things because I've been paid. So I'll behave though, because yeah, it's a huge gamble. Once as large as they would have lost thousands of dollars. Oh yeah, like I can imagine the amount of work that went into that, of her own time, was gonna be a lot. I think last I saw, at least the other day, over 400 people have bought it, so that's really good. I'm glad for them, because it's a really well done customizable model. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people where they're like using it now. It's quite amusing. It is their first one. 2K brought. Oh, it's gone up by that much. Blimey. That is good. You have to go. Okay, Gabby. Thank you for stopping by. Do take care. And, take care of yourself. And have tasty foods when you do. I would always mention foods to people. But yes, bye-bye. Take care, Gabby. on Ko-fi. Ah, okay. I saw the one that was on VGen as well, and that got to like 400. Damn. Yeah. So it's gonna mount up. That is pretty cool. And it's like 115 euros, I believe. Which would, it still equates to like 100 quid. As my money. So that's good. 100 times, well, yeah. I will not go into that, but that's cool. Why? Because the model is female. That do be why. And emerging. It happens. It's not as cheap as booth ones, but it's so customizable. True. And true. That is true. But I did see it just as it was released, and I was like, oh, and then watched the little video that they made to show the different, within the time frame, the different kind of customizing you could do, and it was like, oh, very nice. $18k yenis? Oh, right, yeah. Hmm? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Hmm? That's what I mean though. I look at those kind of things and I'm like, it takes me a bit, and this is because of what I have, but it takes me a bit and I'm looking at it and I'm like trying to figure out why you guys are saying it's bad. But then I eventually clock on. So I tend to just say I'm slow. But I know why my brain does that, so it's fine. But I caught on as to why. Although I wouldn't have thought to guess why unless you guys said, so... That's technically my second ban. My first one was a guy calling me scum. But that's kind of normal, so it's okay. They didn't like that I was a female model. Normal. I mean in the sense of that's kind of how I expected people to react when they would see this model, and I'm surprised it took that long for someone to come along and be like, what the hell kind of thing. Oh, I know. I have my reasons. Mainly it's just to do with the fact that I do respect females so much, but also because I like cute things, which that makes me laugh. I'm like, I like cute things, and I absolutely love my model. I'm not dissing it, but obviously there's definitely like models that are, you know, super cute, adorable cute kind of thing, and I'm like, I like cute. I think mine strikes the nice balance that I do like. I like cute, but I also like having a bit of maturity with like the overall look. Um, and I feel this does nicely for both. So I. But it only happened once. So, and I'm sure it will happen plenty, but it's okay. Well, I'm not trying to like say it's okay to act like that. Absolutely not. You do not treat people by insulting them, especially if you've just met. Like, that's very rude. Um, but like, I can see why they would be like that. Like, they'd instantly see this and then be like, oh, a nice looking lady. And then they come on and it's like, what the heck? But it doesn't excuse acting like that. So, hot diggity damn! Apologies. It's supposed to be comfy and calming. And I'm like, yeah. But yeah, Suika's model is, yes, can be a lot of everything, which is nice. You eat them. I hope you cook them first. Cook them and then eat them. Crunch them. Also, I wouldn't say like I've had a sheltered life, but I do take to some degree I like to give the benefit of the doubt and, you know, give them a chance to at least maybe, you know, not be an idiot. And part of me ends up thinking like, oh, maybe I should just like try a bit harder to have them understand, because I know usually people just sort of no time of day, get rid of them straight away. But I also understand like you don't want to ruin the vibe of the chat stream and make people feel uncomfortable, because especially with at least ASMR, I want people to be comfy in that, and trying to debate and have someone understand probably isn't going to be a comfy time. So a mixed and varied diet. Indeed. But no, eat their carcass into the sea. In I can. I'd like to try and make people at least listen. Always with regards to Fuji, but like it's I'm not going to say I'm too lenient, and I do say I'm a big idiot. So it helps to have people who will be like, yeah, no, this ain't okay. Been hurt before, even online, so you don't want to be nice. I understand that. I've had things here and there. Definitely not nice things, and things I probably can't even talk about on here, which is, you know, a bit funny. But maybe that's where my naivety comes into play. Because I keep trying to be. Then again, I'm careful anyway. I just like I usually make sure to get to know people first before opening up. Your glorious Fuji, but I will accept that that's how you feel about yourself, because I won't deny what someone feels towards themselves. I won't agree with it, because you are lovely and wonderful and very reliable. So yes, I do appreciate. I appreciate all of you. But sorry I derailed a lot. But I will always cheer Fuji. I will cheer all of you, to be fair. Not just Fuji. But I am working on that. You are too kind. But you are the gem. You are definitely the gem. I am I accept the sentiments though. Fuji is gem. Fuji is life. And you are definitely someone I am very happy to have met. Fuji is just Fuji, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Indeed. And have you guys in my life. Ronin, you adorable bugger. Thank you. And I appreciate you massively. You are always showing up. And always say hello and talk, which helps me a lot. Exactly. So thank you. And you too, Fuji, don't forget. Because my word, do you support me a lot as well. And yes, I am grateful to every one of you. That you do. Even when work's driving you insane. That's probably why, to be fair. I think if work wasn't driving you so crazy at times, yeah. Anyway, I'm dragging, and my food is probably it's getting there. um, I shall look for someone to raid. Raid. You two fire. You burn with a passion. Yes, I got to make a fire pun. But you do burn with a passion. It is always good to see you fire. What? Ra. Ra? Can you not? Oh! I guess it would be, yeah. Roll the tongue. It is... I don't know. How does one explain that? I just have my, like, tip at the top of my mouth, and then you kind of weirdly blow air into the center of your tongue, so it will flap it, I guess. Everyone here is so cool. So is Rigby. Rigby. Is it? I did not know that. It's a genetic thing? Wait, is whistling also a genetic thing, or is that just me sucking at whistling? Please say whistling is genetic as well. I'd be so happy. Although I swear I used to be able to whistle and then I kind of can't. So maybe I do just suck at whistling. Damn it. I used to be able to whistle. It's a bit difficult now. Tries to think of R words. Well, we got Rigby and Ronin. Probably one of them or both can. I'm not sure. It's been a long while. I'd have to ask them. Oh, you asking? Okay. God damn it. My second favourite pastime. I'd whistle, but the only way that would happen is by being really loud. I'm not gonna do it with this mic. Around the rugged rock, the ragged rascal ran. But I have to say that in such a broken sentence. I can't do that quickly. Around the rugged rock, the rugged rascal ran. It's a bit better. Anyway, I'm going to look. My food will go cold. Where am I going? I'm going somewhere. There we go. Oh, it's a tongue twister. Okay. You remembered my food. Yes. And a nice bit of bread. Because, again, bread. Cheeky bugger! He's trying a bloody solo fatalis before Wilds. Cheeky man. Right, keeps looking. To be honest, wait, no. I gamed yesterday, so I would have, yes, because I raided Iron my memory. It does work. That'll probably be loud. Why is raiding such a choice? Maybe Peach? It should be okay, I think. Although, it should be okay. One hopes. We shall go raid Peach. It depends. I do not mind raiding like into a game. It just depends if people don't mind potentially their ears getting blasted. That's the thing. And I don't know who would actually be resting. But I wouldn't mind. I never mind Goober. Because he's playing Hollow Knight at the moment. There's some nice music in Hollow Knight. Actually, how long's he been going on for? Where is he? He's been going for 2 hours? The cheeky man. Then again, I usually would have ended by now. Oh. I shall work up the courage to raid ASMR into a non-ASMR sometime. I'm working on the courage. There we go. So yes, I will stick with Peach for now, and then one day Goober can get a surprise. God, these choices, you crazy people. I'm gonna end up just having a spin thing. Okay. Oh my god. Follow with my initial decision. There we go. Initial decision. Oh. Right. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you all for the follows. And I shall be streaming tomorrow. It is Thursday. So there'll be some more ASMR. And I will maybe attempt putting a quiet place into a loud place tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. And thank you all for being so lovely as always. And I realise I feel like I'm speaking formally. Goodness gracious me. I do appreciate. And do take care, and hopefully I'll see all of you tomorrow, and if not, have a good time, have a good night as well, have a good morning, and do take care. Bye bye. Bye bye.